Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals 0 Hour to make the best game ever. Good, I guess we start the session with looking at some reviews. Oof. This change adds the ability to snap building rotation to 45-degree angles by holding the force attack modifier key. Force attack, so that's control, right? This can be used to help improve the lock layout of some bases. There is a task for this somewhere that should be linked. A configurable snapping angle may be introduced in a second pass. Yeah. So I assume that he presses a key and then he rotates a mouse in the world and then it snaps to these angles, right? Snap radiance. Is there no high-level function for this? Let me see. Rec degree rec. Here, radians to degrees to radians. There we go. Float rad degree to rad f. So there he types in 45 and that will do the conversion. Please use 45. See how this is being used currently in the code base. Yeah, they just type in the number. It's not used much though. Interesting. Degree to rad f. Yes. Use force attack mode is in force attack mode. Handle build placements. think this comment can be merged with the comment above to become one comment. Here there's some rounding, floor. Is there no rounding function? Round. There's no rounding function. Round F. Rounds. There's no function to round with. Then I guess floor will do. I'm surprised that there's no round function at all. It's probably a common function. That's interesting. Isn't there an std round function? Std rounds. This. Since when? Since C++11. Okay. So this floor function, where is this from? Floor. Floor is in. Okay, that's in core math. Okay. What about in base type? Type. Do we have a math function here somewhere? W common. Do we have a math file? www math. Is there no rounding here? Sear floor. Rounds. There's no round. That's interesting. Then let me say you can add a new function to wwmath math.h. Rounds floor f plus 0.5 floor val plus 0.5.f. Is enforce attack mode. That's an unholy name for this. Is enforce attack mode. It's probably set on control, right? Set force attack mode is being called meta begin force attack. Oof. Okay. Begin force attack. Begin force attack. I guess this is then configured in command map ini. Yeah. Let's see. In general, it's game code. Oh. Patch, I mean. Yeah, it's here. Control down, control up. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's configurable essentially. Nice. Please link it with the issue reports. And I know we have it with the task report. We have it in the issues section. So this is enhancement, input, inputs, minor, gen zh. Okay. Good. What else? Remove input latency for group creation. Okay. Remove input latency for group creation and multiplayer games. The local player no longer has to wait for their group assignment commands to be processed by game logic dispatch, which is typically 10 to 64 logic frames. They are instead now immediately processed by command xlut for the local player. The change makes gameplay feel smoother and more responsive. It has no effect on the synchronicity of multiplayer games. Okay, that's good. Translate game message. Okay. Local player process. The local player processes this message in command xlut for immediate assignment. Right. Okay. Create team. What about select team? That's great. What does this function do? Create a hotkey team based on this game message. Yeah. What I don't like is the added complexity to this functionality now. Like the local player message is handled different than the other ones. So okay, how about we do the following? We put a breakpoint here on select team, yeah, and here. I would like to see how does this get called then in the network match. There's multiples here. So select team. Select team. Yeah. Okay, so when I press 1, it first goes to propagate messages, translate game message. Yeah. And then afterwards, process command list in game logic. Okay. I'm a bit skeptical of this. Maybe still gets the player index from the message. Or assert that the message matches the local player. Can we do this destroy message here to avoid the dependency tests in GameLogic dispatch? I assume this can cause mismatch when selecting. So can this cause mismatch when creating team, deselecting team, and then selecting team again before the latency time has passed. Latency time max 64 frames has passed. Reason being, I could imagine I don't know. So you create a team, you deselect this unit, and then select the team again. bit skeptical of this change. It's how do we say, it's how do we say, if something is not, it's when, oh man, I'm totally missing the words. When something is inconsistently set up, there's some word for this. It's unbalanced, no. Oh my gosh. Let me ask ChatGPT. I'm looking for a word that describes if some setup, some logic setup is not consistent. It's not consistent or in sync. Describe if a logical setup is not consistent or in sync. It does the same thing in different places, but for different conditions. It does the same thing in different places, but for different conditions. I don't know how to describe it. Logic is duplicated, no. Divergent, no. Fragmented, disjointed, incoherent. Incongruent, not consistent. Divergent, redundant, fragmented, disjointed. Incongruent, not consistent, doesn't align. Technical, yes. Logic drift, code divergence. No. It's none of these words. There is some word, but I just can't. I can't figure it out. I'm skeptical of this change because it splits the same kind of call into two places. Some kind of call into two places. It seems odd. Yeah, I'm not sure about this change. It's good if it makes behavior better, but then it should be also like then all the code should do it, right? not just this. Then the team selection should be like this, everything, right? So yeah, I don't know, it seems risky. Seems risky, maybe. I don't know. It sure is. I always wondered why zooming the camera via the numpad was seamless, but using the mouse wheel felt janky. The unintentional fall through is why. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Okay. Could be unified with if RTS 0 hour, or if not RTS generals. Fix the fix here. Then it keeps the bug. Generals. Not sure. Not sure if generals players are as protective about their exploits as 0 hour players are. Can we separate change? Okay, what is this? Okay. Good. Then how about we get back to code? Okay, so last session we did work on shroud stuff. This stuff here. Yeah, so basically we wanted to figure out why objects are not saving their why objects are disappearing when we change the player in replay playback. Yeah. Never seen by player. True. Force object is never seen by the player. Why is this legal? Okay, let's put a breakpoint here and here. I wonder if this is being caught when we switch player. That it suddenly then hides things again. Let's see. Okay, so player 1 is civilian. Civilian. Okay, so civilian has never seen all this, yeah? Okay, let's do condition player index is not, it's not 1. Jesus. Not 1. There we go. And the same here. Okay. Click here. Okay. Okay. So this is not set. Okay, so that's not a factor then. Ever seen my player? You know, I have an idea. On this, on in this function here. How about we say What happens if it's set to invalid? It kind of makes sense that we want to have it invalid. Yo. Invalid but previous valid. Okay, this one is entirely unused. Huh. Something is fishy here. missing something here. So the way I see it here, when we set it to invalid, it's never considering this state here again, ever seen by player. It just looks at this thing here, and that's it. Coin use. I think shrouded means it's entirely black, right? Fogged means it's yeah, in fog, clear, you can see it. Yeah. Completely shrouded. Fogged. So that means that this, I expect that this breakpoint here will never hit on DEFCON map because we don't have a real shroud. We only have fog, right? Let me verify that. Loads, load replay. Oh, we do actually hit it. For the civilian player. Let me remove player index, not civilian. Let's say larger one. Yeah. So no player has shrouds. All players will have fog, right? Yeah, they will have fogged cells. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so shrouded cells plus fogged cells equals that. Then we have seen it. Object is visible but fogged. Object is visible. I think then this is wrong, isn't it? We added this yesterday. Object is visible but fogged. I think this comment is misleading. The object is not visible because it is fog. Free snapshot. Need a ghost object. Object was previously fogged, but now is visible, so we no longer need a ghost object. Object does not exist for modules holding ghost objects. Okay, I think we need to understand how it reaches this condition here. Snapshot. Is there any other place it called snapshot? Seems not. This is the only place that will create a ghost object. I see. Shroudedness. Object shroud fogged. Object and ghost object. Okay, how about we put a bookmark there and we put a breakpoint We put a breakpoint in here so that we can we know when we can put a breakpoint. So we press back and I would press on Mad Dog. Yeah, okay. So we pressed on this guy. Then let me jump to the bookmark here. Then let's place a bookmark, a breakpoint here. So player next 2. Player next 2. Ghost object is null. Ah. 6. Null. What is the condition for this ghost object to be created? I put a breakpoint in here. Barracks. China Barracks has a snap ghost object. So under which condition does it create a snapshot? If we know we have some fogged cells, yeah. Okay, and then we know we set this to fogged, and we have an object and a ghost object. Ghost object. Ghost object. Maybe all these objects there. Maybe the problem is that all these oil derricks and supply depots and so on, that they don't have a fog object, a ghost object. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe. Yeah. So who is creating ghost objects here? Attached to ghost object. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here and here. I think we can speed up testing by launching with -replay player select crash .ref. Is that right? Let me see. Yep, that's nice. Okay, so what do we have here? Objects. What is the object? Oil derrick. Aha, so okay, the oil derrick does get ghost objects. Okay, that's good. Okay, good. So they have ghost objects. Okay. So this happens when new objects. Okay. Okay. So our objects, our persistent objects, they should have ghosts. Okay. 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 So the problem I see here, it only takes a snapshot if the previous shroudedness was not fogged. Okay. Okay. Okay, if I'm reading this right, then what we should do is also set this to invalid. Right. Maybe we say ever seen by player invalid, otherwise 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 for starters, let's set it to invalid always. So basically the goal is that any objects in the fog will be updated. Yeah, I don't care yet if it's like too many, just any. The oil derricks and the supplies. I don't care about the faction so far. Yeah, let's see. Well, let's put a breakpoint here. Player index. Yeah. So previous shroud is all invalids. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now if I... Why is the resolution so weird? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, now we see stuff. Okay, cool. I'm not sure why... I would have expected that we now also see the faction buildings. But that's not the case. That's curious. Okay. Somehow it's laggy. Very laggy. Whoa. The frame rate feels kind of low. Main naval frap. Yeah, just 20 frames per second. Keeps getting lower and lower here. Okay, I have no clue why it's so laggy. Oh, it's black. No. That's curious. Why is the performance so low? That is outrageous. Yeah, the performance situation is really curious. Is that related to this replay here? Good. So okay, so now we see all the supplies and oils. So that's good. I don't know why it hides these guys. I would have expected that this would now not be working properly, but it does. Yeah. That looks kind of buggy. Ah. Could it be that there are now multiple objects here overlapping? Maybe. Oof. Let me create a profiling session. Why is it so expensive suddenly? Get shrouded status. Okay, apparently that is very expensive. Okay, so the code that we have touched here, that has added some cost. Yeah. I suspect that the shrouded status itself has a cost because it's collected for all the players. And then probably also now it draws ghost objects for all the players. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. When we maybe here we need to get status. So go through player index. Say if player equals let's call this local player index. Player index. If player index equals local player index, then continue. Okay, and then here we say for cells cells validate shrouded status for all coils. Ghost objects. Free snapshot. Free snapshot. Free snapshot. I think we need some functions here. Let's say show snapshot and hide snapshot. Maybe. Could that be? Not sure. Voids. Show snapshots. Player index. And hide snapshots. I need water. Okay, we're back. Took a moment. Good. So, free all snapshots. All snapshots from all players. Good. So we have here virtual void, show snapshot, hide snapshot. Yeah. Snapshot, free, show, hide. Snapshot. Does every player have his own ghost object or does every player have his own ghost object? Um, there's just one ghost object here. Partition data. Partition data. What I suspect happens is that now all these shroudedness guys here are competing for the same ghost objects. Could that be? I'm not sure. That they all call the snapshot function on it. I'm really not sure about that. So what happens on snapshots? Drawable, get drawable. Render objects. It will allocate something here. Snap. Parent snapshots. Adding and removing render objects to the scene is expensive, so only do it for the real player watching the screen. There's also no point in displaying the other player's ghost objects to the current player. Okay, so we do have per player objects here. Okay, let's comment this here out. Oh boy. This stuff is more complicated than I thought, but I mean, it has to be. It's, yeah. There's quite some logic around this, yeah. So I guess this is fine. It's only about showing the actual thing. Yeah. Yeah. Are objects. Render object. Add to scene. Remove. I'm a bit curious about this one here. Doesn't this refer to just local player hidden things? Is drawable effectively hidden? Nobody can see. Is that true? That hidden or hidden by stealth means that no one can see it? This one is suspicious here. Because I would expect that drawable hidden status has to be player dependent. Right? Some players see it and some don't. Right? Oh boy. Okay. Okay, then it allocates here some snapshots and it saves it per player here. And only for the local player it removes this object and adds this to the scene. Yeah. Snapshot. We're going to ignore the case where each player index could be looking at a different geometry. Yeah. Okay, so each player could be looking at different geometry info because ghost objects are supposed to be used on immobile buildings. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so it looks like a thing is prepared for handling multiple players, right? That is the idea here. I'm not so sure if this one is correct here because I assume that the drawable effectively hidden is only in regards to the local player, right? Like this guy is stealth, so we don't see him. But that's not true for another player, right? So my impression is that this is wrong. But the rest could be correct in here. Yeah. This, I think, also makes sense that only the stuff from the local player is actually presented, right? But we do have snapshots for individual players, so that's good. And restore parent object. Free all snapshots. Okay, that's, we don't want to call that now. Local player next. Okay, so this is properly handled here. That's good. Free snapshot. Okay, to me this indicates that we don't need a show hide snapshot because it's only the local player that shows it anyway. So let's remove this again. Let me clean up here a little bit the tabs. Close other tabs. I have way too many files open here. Ghost objects and partition. Okay, good. So in this guy, let's remove this as well again. Okay, so what does update parent object do? Remove the dummy render objects. No, from C. Okay, so in this function, then I do wonder, refresh. Refresh ghost objects. for all kois. Get ghost objects. Maybe it's not the best place to do this. I need a place where I can iterate through all ghost objects. What would be the best place for that? Of a player. So here we can, next module, master list. I'm not sure. Maybe this one? Yeah. Whenever we switch local players, we need to remove all ghost objects belonging to another player from the map. Aha, that's exactly what I was looking for. We then insert the current local player's ghost object into the map. Aha, okay, so it's already handled here. Is this working correctly? Ghost object, okay, so. from scene. Local player. Index, yeah. Remove from scene. Okay. The player has his own snapshot. Previous player didn't have a snapshot. So real object must have been in the scene. Replace it with our snapshot. Remove parent object. Add to scene. Your player doesn't have a snapshot, which means restore original object. Need to remove all ghost objects belonging to another player from the map. We then insert the current local players. Okay, so assuming that this all works correctly, then it should handle everything well. I thought that this was missing, but it's there. What else is wrong then? Shit. Oh boy. Okay, then I don't know what is wrong actually. Set local player. Okay, so we've placed a lot of useless code now. Okay, let me revert all of this here. Fresh shroud for local player. Yeah. Okay, so the status quo is we see a lot of bugs and the performance is absolutely horrendous. So it's really not good. It's really not good at all. Right now I have no clue what is wrong. It looks like here it would remove those ghost objects from the scene of the local player. Your player doesn't have a snapshot. Veteran secret logic is also run long before the object position is updating. And changing the order of this would break compatibility. This method does not work since you are scaling based on both display axes, and due to this it does not keep the font size consistent at increasing aspect ratio. One of the display axes is fixed, increasing the other display dimension increases font size. Yes, this is intended. Yeah, that's exactly the intention. Looks good. Inputs. I don't know. Did not check. Okay, so okay, let's run this again. Let's try to figure out what is actually broken just by observing the game state. Now, how about that? Something is broken, otherwise the performance wouldn't be that poor. And the visuals are also totally Bonkers. Good. So we start off the map and everything looks beautiful, right? We can see all the buildings, all the players, we are observer, everything is looking happy. Good. Now we click here on the first guy, on the green guy. Good. Now we see supplies, some oils, the bunkers, the trees. The trees we see. And yeah, things look okay. The lights look a bit intense here. I don't know if there are already two objects or not. Or it's just one. Okay, we already see performance degradation. Yeah. I wonder in here on snapshot. Ghost object snapshot. Player index 4. So that's not the player that we are currently observing. So there are snapshots already here. What is the call stack? Get shrouded status. So it's now in the fog and previously it was not fogged. Get render objects. Snap is not null. We update it. We update the snapshot. Why? What is that there? Clone. We release a render object and make a clone of it? How? Okay, so basically it's updating snapshots. I do actually wonder, does the shroudedness work correctly? Like can it actually run in parallel with the other guys when we only have one like fog states on the map? Like the shroud on the map, that's just for representing for the local player. It's not for the other players, right? So I wonder if that like runs invisibly in the background, shroud generation for all the different players, or if the shroud status and the fog status that only is meant to be for the local player, and we can't use this fog to update it for the other guys, right? I'm not sure. So we do call refresh shroud for local player, and I will get the cells, get shroud status for player. Aha. So we do have shroud status for different players. The display in the radar. So we only display the shroud status from one player, but the partition manager knows about the shroud status for all the players, if I see this right. Okay, hopefully. Validate shrouded status for all coils. What happens if we don't call this now? I think I tested this yesterday, but let's test it again. Some other things may have changed in the meantime. Right. Okay. Okay, that also works. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now the performance degradation is starting. Yeah. have some black oil derricks and black bunker. Okay, so now we get horrible performance. Let me create a new capture. Diagnostic, records. So we have more FPS now. What is this here? That doesn't look right. Okay, here we have some pretty bad performance. Let's stop it. Good, let's break all. Can I see not just the hot path, but everything that is expensive? I just want to see a... I don't just want to see a hot path. I want to see like anything that is expensive. Like the whole thing in here. How can I do that? Why is it only showing the hot path? I want to see everything. Yeah, okay, so here we have main thread is 80%. I don't want to see just the hot path. Show me everything. How can we do that? Show me... I don't understand why this profiler is so limited. Just show everything. Why only a hot path? I don't understand. That's stupid. That really is stupid, yeah. That I don't understand why this profiler is so limited here. Reset view. What does that do? Nothing. Can we somehow show all functions here? Everything. Not just the hot path. Show me all the functions. I don't understand. That's weird. It's not a good profiler here. It just shows so few data here. I would like to see all the things that are now draining performance on main thread. Please. We can't see it. Huh. CPU usage. No insights found. Okay, what do we have here? Ah, there we go. Where did this suddenly come from? There we go. Okay, now it shows me everything here somehow. Okay. Good. So, what is expensive? So this call, yeah. Draw is expensive. So these together are already 55% of the whole game client update. Okay. That's a lot, yeah. And the whole thing is 59%, and that is 55%. Yeah, okay, so what is inside here that is so expensive? Draw views. Do render. Could it be that this thing here is being called all the time? It's weird that this one here shows up as being so expensive, which indicates that the civilian player somehow adds this cost. Maybe. Maybe. Anything neutral that moves around will not be rendered inside fog. Immobile. it's not the correct behavior that we should have, because it means less text will fit vertically if you have the same height. Yes, but since the screen is wider, there will be more room to fit texts. Can you show an example where this definitely does not work correctly? Fix text, fit text. I'm not really concerned. I'm not concerned about the technical aspects of it, unless it looks good in the UI that we have. Can you show an example where this definitely does not look correct? Where this does not look correct if the game has. Wider or wide or higher. Yeah. So basically he would need to prove that this proposed change makes the text look worse than it should be. And I'm not convinced that this is the case, because I've always played in 16:9, and the original scaling of the font in 16:9 looks just fine. It looks just fine. And this change makes it 11% smaller. Yeah, so there already is a nerf. That means all the text that originally were fitting will still fit, because they will be smaller. They are not larger, they will be smaller. So it will still look fine with marginally smaller text. So I don't buy this narrative. I don't buy this, because it already looked fine with the original font scaling, even if that is not quite logical. So I'm 99% sure that this proposal is fine. If it's not, then figure out where it is, and then we can look into that. Yeah. So I'm not buying it. Yeah. I mean, there certainly is certainly reasonable to have like different kind of scaling methods. Maybe we can have like this scaling method and then another scaling method, and then the user can select the scaling methods. But I would expect that most users don't care that much. They probably just want one scaling method that just works. That just works and it looks fine with the UI that is there. I think that's the most likely outcome. I don't think that the majority of players would want to tweak around with the font sizes depending on the resolution scaling. Typically, a player just launches the game in one fixed resolution, and then he just expects that the font looks reasonable in that resolution. Right? He won't tweak the resolution. He won't tweak the font size so that it looks good in different kind of resolutions, right? Because he will be only using one resolution. So as long as we provide functionality that scales it reasonably well across all the resolutions, like a default proper font scaling, then I think that is good. Yeah. So I'm not concerned about this change. I think it's a benefit, it's improvement. But yeah, if someone has a better proposal, go ahead, make a pull request. I don't like this proposal here with the scaling the font on the smallest screen dimension, because it makes a font in 16 by 9, 1920 by 1080 significantly smaller than originally by 21%, and that's a lot. 21%, you see it, and the font is much smaller, and my expectation is that players will be like, oof, that text looks small. Why was this necessary? That's my reaction to it. Like, I look at it and the text is so small, I'm like, I can't read it. Well, it's not that bad, but like, why does it have to be so small? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I would need to see an example where this looks bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to code. Okay, so this is really tricky here. So what we could do is we could update the shroudedness. Where is it? Game clients. So here we could say objects. If not, this kind of immobile, and so bool is local player. So if is local player, let's say if it is a local player, then we do this, else else if it is immobile, then updates the shrouded status for all non-local players of structures. Then we can remove this condition here. That should give some performance. Yeah. So basically we're only updating the shrouds of buildings when it's a non-local player. Yeah. So it does save the... It does save this here, but why is this not disappearing now? Why is this black? It looks to me like it's not restoring this properly here. Like this is still a ghost object. And here we have a normal supply and a ghost object at one place. Right? And here, I don't know what's going on here, but the light is too bright. So to me, this looks like there are multiple objects here. Yeah. There's at least 2 objects. The supply is 2 objects here. Yeah, so something is not right. When we switch, when we go here, virtual inline. Let me remove that. So we're going here, right? So we click on Mad Dog. Yeah. Okay, so remove from scene mod. Ignore. Snapshot, okay. Parent snapshot. I wonder if there's a mistake in here somewhere. Your player doesn't have a snapshot, which means, yeah. So remove from scene. Local player. While mod. So if it has a snapshot, it's being removed. And apparently there can even be multiple snapshots. So, ghost objects. Remove from scene. Let's see what happens if we comment this out, just to see like how bad it goes. By the way, this down here we can replace with ghost object manager index. Yeah, let's see how bad it looks when we don't have this at all, to get a better understanding. It introduces inconsistent behavior as the screen aspect ratio changes. At a fixed screen height, people don't expect elements to vertically grow as the horizontal resolution increases. If a UI element is created that scales with vertical resolution and someone sets a font for the height of that element, it grow or shrink and not be consistent. How do you know this? The font sizes in General's UI are much smaller than the buttons and things they are contained in. So there is enough room to increase their sizes. This change gives a balanced growth for aspects larger than 1.33. Aspects larger, smaller, 200. You want heights. You want heights to be limited to So just take a look at it in game and see how the UI looks. Not the technical, not the technical expectation. Yeah, I mean, technically he's right. Like if you want to make sure that your text is always perfectly contained in this element and it must not grow beyond that, then yes, that's a technical correct expectation. But the UI in general is not designed that way. The fonts inside elements are much smaller already. And so there is room to grow. And so if you make your screen wider, there's more room to grow, both in width and in height. So you can do this. And to me, it's reasonable with the UI that is there. If the UI was, looking different, then it could be a different story. But with the original General's UI, it makes sense that if the screen is wider, that you also scale up the font a little bit because you just have more room. So you can show larger fonts. You have more room, right? So I don't think there's a reason to not go ahead and upscale a little bit if you have such a wide screen. So I don't agree with this assessment. I also don't agree with this because it makes the assumption that people don't expect elements to grow. Like why? Why not? I expect it. So I expect it because if the screen is wider, I expect that I can see more text, right? It's wider. So there certainly is more room, at least on the width. On the width of the screen, there is more space for font, for text. So it could be larger. On the height, sure, it doesn't have more room on height, but on the width. And so the compromise is that we scale just a little bit, halfway. We don't scale full way, but halfway, because the width has increased. So, we take half the increase of the width and we scale the font that way. And I think there's a really balanced approach. It's a fair approach. Like width gets a bit larger, so we give a little bit of font increase. I think it's super fair because otherwise, it's unfair for the width, It always has to oblige to what the height says. That's not fair. It's a poor width. Yeah, not fair. Okay, let's get back to codes. Let's see how this looks now, how broken. So now I expect that we will see a lot of madness. Yeah. A lot of insane ghost objects clipping into real objects. Kind of what we have already seen, but maybe worse. Let's see. Maybe even crashing, who knows? Let's see. Okay. So we click on this guy. Okay. I'm surprised that it actually made those things disappear. Huh. Okay, it looks just as broken as it did before. Okay, something Something is... Okay. Why did that happen then? So it still looks like there are multiple objects here drawing on top of each other, right? This lamp is way too bright. Yeah. This lamp is way too bright. Okay, so this is curious. This is really curious. So it still looks super broken, even with this removed. There's no difference in brokenness. Just as broken. Yeah. Nice terrorist attack. Okay, why does that happen? Maybe it means that this code doesn't do much here, maybe? I don't know. What if we just experiments? How about we go through all modules? Yeah. Yeah. And we just remove everything. Remove some scene and restore parent object. How about we do that? Let's see what happens then. Replay. So we click on guy and yeah, things look okay. Okay. I see the light is already getting more intense. Something is wrong here. I think the more we click, the more objects are added or something like that. See, the light is getting really intense here. I don't know how much more intense. Let's repeat it a couple more times. Yeah, it looks pretty bright now. So I think that there are many objects now here. A lot of objects. But not here. Only here. Okay, we need to understand why this happens first. Like something is wrong here. How do we enable the... how do we enable the... how do we enable the... the debug. Debug the... the wireframe. There was some debug to get the wireframe. I don't see it here. Let me search for wire. Black and white wireframe mode. Control F10. Is that it? Oh, it is. Look at that. Well, the problem is... Well, if these polygons take the same space, then we don't really... can't really see if that is... It's really hard to say if this is multiple objects or not, right? Why is it stopping now? Okay, somehow... okay, I don't know how to continue running the game. I don't know. Remove from scene, local player. Restore parent object. Restore. Remove from scene. Maybe this doesn't correctly remove the shit. This can be null. Parent object can be null. Assuming they are still alive. Okay. Why don't we just move this check inside this function? If not parent object, return, because apparently that's there we go. Okay. Remove from scene. Current snapshots. Fully obscure. So even if we remove everything from the scene and we restore all the parent objects, it still doesn't want to work correctly. Why? Why? I would assume that that this is the cleanest way to just, yeah, get rid of all the junk and restore pristine state. But apparently not. What happens if we don't restore the parent object? What happens then? Does it mean that then like some objects will be missing entirely? So let's click. Okay, that totally doesn't meet my expectation. I would have now expected that, I don't know, that this disappears suddenly. It really doesn't work the way I expect it to work. Okay, that's more what I expect, yeah. That things are now missing. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Okay, that's more in line with what I expect. I didn't expect it to look that weird, but it kind of makes sense. Okay, so now we see that, uh, huh. We still see ghost objects though. Huh. Okay, so I think a bug here is that we still see this. So it's good that we don't see the proper object, right? Because we explicitly removed it here, but we still see some ghost object. This should be here, and this also not. All this should be gone here. Yeah. Why do we still see ghost objects? I think that is a problem. The core issue. We still see ghost objects. Why we expect that they are gone by this here, right? Oof. Why do we see ghost objects? Remove from scene. Somehow I cannot jump to that function. Remove from scene. Okay, I have no idea where this just jumped to. There we go. Yeah, so somehow... Remove the dummy render objects from scene that belong to given player. That's interesting. Debug fog memory. Let me see that. Oh, I see. Okay, how about let me go to game defines, and I would set define debug fog memory. Then we remove this. Well, how about we let's put this here then. The mobile objects need to take snapshots whenever they become fogged, so need to refresh their status. We can't rely on external calls to that because they're only made for visible on-screen objects. Huh, this is talking about immobile objects, but it does it on all objects. Okay. I think we need to move this up. Here. Then we move this guy here. Then we remove this here. And then get local player, get player index. Int player index. Here we do a local player index. Then here we already have local player index somewhere. Yeah, local player index. And we can remove this here again. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see what that does. Okay, so the expectation is, I don't know what the expectation is. Let's see. Okay, fair enough. Okay, it looks as buggy as before. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here we probably want to remove this. Bool is immobile. Can simplify this. Just move it here. Good. So the question is, why do these ghost objects not disappear? That's a big question. Yeah. They're supposed to disappear in this function, with this function call. But they remain. Here, remove from scene. This call, with this call we expect all to be removed. What if we, just for experimentation, let's do yeah, player counts. Yeah. Okay. And then we say if player get player templates. And then we say mods get player index. There we go. Okay, so now let's remove all ghost objects from all players. Yeah, not just the local one, everyone. Let's see if that changes anything. If that doesn't change anything, then it must mean that the ghost object is added somewhere else, right? You know? Oh, it is already unpaused. Somehow... it still shows ghost objects. Oh boy. This is correct. There's no ghost object here. This is also correct. There still is a shadow, but that aside. Why are there still ghost objects? I don't know. Yeah. Considering the behavior and use of fonts within the game now and in future when UI changes are made or within mods. So you have to consider the technicalities of how this affects font handling in general. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe there need to be different modes then, different scaling modes. A classic scaling mode, which is using this classic scale, and then the different other modes. Yeah, but it will be really user unfriendly because the user won't know which one to pick. It's just too much customizability. I don't know, there's no elegant solution here. Logic tick rate. Timescale implies a period of time instead of a rate of action. Okay, I will attend this next session. Good, what's the time? 4 hours, 30 minutes, yeah. Okay, so I still have no clue. I have no clue what to do with a shroud. It's absolute mess. I don't understand where those fogged objects come from. It makes no sense. I guess the next step would be to figure out who spawns this. Who puts this there after we removed all of them. So yeah, I guess that would be the next step, and then figure out, okay, if someone is adding them, why is he adding them? What is this? And if no one is adding them, then yeah, why is it still there? Like something is wrong somewhere. And it's not our bug. It's original game bug. So that's really curious. Good. I will end it here. I wish you a great day or night. Until next time. Goodbye.